colleagues, and want to be with you this morning and to welcome you to the Ark Synagogue. For many of you who have been in this building before, it may be the first time that you've walked into this synagogue as the Ark Synagogue, formerly known as Northwood and Pinner Liberal Synagogue. But we haven't changed that much. We're still the same names and faces around the place, although there are new members as well to welcome as well. We're delighted to be able to host this closing event for Liberal Judaism's 120th celebrations. It really has been an honour for us to be part of the movement for 59 years. We realise it's our 60th next year. And also to be able to have members visiting other congregations who have celebrated their anniversaries this year. Just recently, Finchley, last week, 2 weeks ago, for their 70th. And it's fantastic to be able to celebrate as a whole congregation of families. And wow, we really can't wait for our biennial weekend and to come together with everybody from all around the country. But we have people here today already from Lincolnshire. I know that because a dual member with the Ark Synagogue as well. And hopefully online there's plenty of people joining us from around the country as well. When I looked into our little library downstairs of Liberal Judaica, I found this beautiful little edition presented, it doesn't have a date in it, but to Southgate District Liberal Synagogue by Mr. and Mrs. J. Israelson on the occasion of Anthony Elson's bar mitzvah. Now, I don't know when that was. Maybe Phyllis, do you remember or know of the background? You have to tell me a little bit more about it. It certainly looks old. Don't know the exact year, but the language certainly gives away a certain era. And I thought we may start with words which link ourselves throughout millennia, words which come together from our ancient tradition through the English of, well, the earlier years of Liberal Judaism, but with a tune which probably is more of a modern one. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, thy dwelling places, O Israel. We'll have more music and more nostalgia, and also take ourselves through to looking into the future. This year really has been an incredible one, and really noted as well by the incredible fundraising effort to ensure that there is a thriving future, not only for the people within this room, but also for future generations as well. I've just been reminded to donate myself. I reminded myself, I wasn't nudged by anybody, to donate again. Maybe you'll do so during this day, wherever you are enjoying this experience from. But for now, we welcome into the sanctuary the current President of Liberal Judaism, Rabbi Alexandra Wright.
Welcome to the closing ceremony of Liberal Judaism at 120, entitled The Sights and Sounds of Liberal Judaism at 120. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you in person today. I know the program and those who are leading it will ensure a vibrant, stimulating and uplifting afternoon for everyone present. Over the past few days, I've been thinking of those early days of the Jewish Religious Union, not only because our 120th anniversary of Liberal Judaism is coming to an end, but because this year, 2023, marks the 150th anniversary of Lily Montagu's birth on December the 22nd, 1873, and the 60th anniversary of her death on January the 22nd, 1963. So even as we conclude our 120th anniversary year, so we begin another year of recalling the specific contribution of Lily Montagu, spiritual and religious leader, teacher, social worker, organizer, whose vision for the advancement of Liberal Judaism helped to create the movement that we are part of today. Of course, there were other individuals as well: Claude Montefiore, Rabbi Dr. Israel Mattock, Dr. Israel Abrahams, and the many scholars, teachers, rabbis, and lay leaders who came after them, architects of liberal Judaism. The last sermon that Lily Montague was due to deliver on Shabbat morning, the 19th of January 1963, was entitled Seeking and Finding. Because of her failing eyesight, she was no longer able to read from a text, but only from headline notes. These notes begin with a verse from Isaiah 55. In her words, the translation she used, "Seek ye the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near." It was her favourite chapter in Tanakh and is known to us as the Haftarah for Rosh Hashanah morning. What follows in her notes seems to have encompassed her whole life: seeking God, righteousness, prayer, life and religion, Jewish observance, longing for the kingdom of God, set against love of power for its own sake, communist countries, and the longing to create a world for the good of all people. As we move forward into our second 120 years, I've been trying to reconstruct the sermon and thinking about how we reconstruct her sermon in our own lives. The sermon that Lily Montague never gave, because the night before she was due to speak, she fell, lapsed into a coma, and died 4 days later at the age of 89. Remember, she would have said, that we are a religious movement, seeking through prayer and through our way of life an understanding of the words of our tradition, a sense that our entire life can be made holy, that there is no division between the secular and the sacred, when we play and when we pray, when we work and when we rest. And she herself never rested from the work that she did to make the world a better place for all those she encountered, the children she taught and led prayers for at the New West End Synagogue as a teenager, the girls who attended her club, all those who listened to her teach and preach, who read her newsletters and writings, who joined the communities around the country which she helped to found. Tomorrow night is the beginning of Tu B'Shvat, the New Year for trees. Lily Montague never wrote about this festival specifically, but in a letter to her club at Pesach 1951, she reminded the members that Pesach is the festival of spring, that the season, like all others, follows God's laws of nature. The trees and flowers have heard God's call to a reawakening, and they obey. Let us, she said, seek God through his creation. Let the beauty of the spring enter into your souls, and may it help us to realize the responsibilities that each of us have to maintain the preciousness of our Jewish heritage and to recognize the unity of human life and our kinship with all God's creatures.
Thank you, Alex. Alex is in America and therefore couldn't be with us, our president, so she recorded that message for us, and inspirational as usual. We wondered how we were going to start this day, and we came up with the idea of the first service of the Jewish Religious Union. It made me think, how many people here were there? Well, none of us. I did ask Bob Kirk and Anne, I think probably Anne Kirk was at she must have the record. I think I'm told it's April 1939 service, the first time she went to a Liberal service. So, well, that's a long time ago. Although I have to realise that I suddenly realised that I went to my first Liberal service at 1949. So I'm joining the crowd. Anyway, I think nobody can beat Anne, can they? I don't think so at that. And it's wonderful that she's here and Bob are here with us today to represent the not younger generation, put it that way. Anyway, so we thought we'd do that, and we did have this idea of having a choir all dressed up as if they would have been on the very first service, but in fact we didn't get that far. We did actually, get Claude Montefiore to turn up, and I'm representing, and if you see in the picture, the actual Reverend Simeon Singer, who led the service, didn't wear a gown, but he wore a black suit, so here I am. And of course, we should remember that the Reverend Simeon Singer was the minister of the Hampstead Synagogue, a United Synagogue. And therefore, the people who were taking part in that service was a United Synagogue minister and Claude Montefiore, who was a member of West London Synagogue. And it was very much, it didn't set out to start something new. It set out to be a way of rejuvenating Judaism. And therefore, Aaron, if I can have this copy, because I did a little bit of research. The books they used were these on that occasion. And by the way, if you read the wonderful article, which you can read in the late Rosita Rosenberg's wonderful book and about the first service, it said that as people turned up to the Warncliffe rooms at the hotel, the men automatically at the cloakroom took off their top hats. I mean, that's how they came for a Saturday afternoon service and were asked to put them back on. So actually on that service, actually they did wear a kippah, and only later were they abandoned. But I thought we'd start our service with the opening prayer that the Reverend Simeon Singer said, and he did start with some Hebrew. And if I get it right, this was the Hebrew that he had. B'chol homokaum asher azkir es shemi ovau eilecho uverach ticho. Because, of course, it was Ashkenazi in those times. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. Almighty and all-merciful God, whose hand is ever outstretched to uphold and guide all who seek thee in sincerity of heart, do thou in this sacred hour help us to find our way to thee. We commend to thy providential care this assembly of thy people, gathered here in the hope that a common worship may prove helpful to them in their desire to serve and honour thee. Pardon our shortcomings and offences. We know that they are many and grievous, but let them not keep us from that communion with thee, without which our life is one long discord. Accept our prayers, however feeble and faltering. Grant that they may aid in fostering a spirit of true devotion among us, in uniting some at least of the scattered children of Israel, in binding them in true spiritual harmony to one another and to thee. And the hymn that was sung is as follows.
And where still
from the sermon given by Claude G. Montefiore. We believe that there are many Jews and Jewesses in England who seldom or never attend a place of worship, and more especially a Jewish place of worship. One reason given may be sheer laziness, or it may be a lack of religious sensibility, or it may be an indifference to Judaism. But these various reasons may have strengthened or even been created by the fact that the service was unsatisfying. That made the laziness more pleasing, the insensitivity more dense, the indifference more profound. It is possible that a new and attractive service may win the day for public worship and for religion. It is just possible that a few may be brought back from neglect to observance. And on that occasion, the congregation read together from Psalm 67. God be merciful unto us and bless us, and cause thy face to shine upon us, Selah, that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving health among all nations. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the peoples praise thee. God, our God, shall bless us.
I'm happy to introduce you to Lily Montague, who was present but didn't actually lead the service on that occasion, but we couldn't let the occasion go without some wise words from the Honourable Lily Montague.
Thank you, Andrew. And Aaron, I feel very honoured to be reading her words. I venture to believe that the study of past conditions must produce faith in progress from one generation to the other. Somehow, we discover that nothing in this world is altogether and entirely evil, but during dark, long periods of time, we may be deluded into thinking so. The darkness round us may be very dense, but there is light somewhere, all the time, but our eyes cannot perceive it. Some people say that God progresses and is revealed by his progressing children. I would rather say that we are finding more of the eternal, unchanging God and adapting our discoveries to the life of today, which is to be better and better in the life of tomorrow. As Jews, we must accept the view that the better time is always before us.
And now the concluding hymn on that occasion.
Without beginning, without end, all might and sovereignty are his. My living, my redeeming God, my rock when anguish bars away, my banner
Let the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our rock and our redeemer. And so it ended. And looking at the faces of one or two people, we've given away our age because we knew the words. And it gave us a pleasure from way back when. Of course, liberal Judaism, that was 120 years ago. And again, because it's a bit, we're at the end of our 120th year. But there is an opportunity now to bring us all up to date through the rest of the day. But at the end of the day, we'll have a closing. It won't be a service, it'll be a sing-song, although it'll be in service order. And all of the modern stuff that we've started to learn in the last 10 years or so, and you can see some of the composers, I think, on the leaflet, people who are leading our liberal Jewish songs in the various synagogues. But it's also your opportunity to join in. So you will see on your program that at 1:30, there's a choice of activities, either here in the synagogue or joining Ruth and the others in the community room, where you can join the mass choir. Well, the words will be given you can join in, and therefore we can all end the afternoon with a mass sing-song of the stuff we sing now, in the words we sing now, in the language we sing now, and it'll show how we've progressed and also be a way of celebrating our history in our 120 years. So now it's time for lunch. Hopefully people will also be queuing up outside, but it does mean that we've all got to have loads of food because although 80 people booked to come today, are registered, it looks as though we're all going to have 2 bagels and not 1. So anyway, we do ask you, you can make your way into the Zore Hall next door, pick up a picnic lunch, find somewhere to sit anywhere around the building, and we'll start our activities then at 1:30. Anyway.
Richard, oh, yes, I'm very loud. Oh, I think I'm echoing a bit, I think. Was I echoing? No? Okay. We'll see. We'll invite everyone else to come and join first. I'm going to stand.
Okay.
I'm not.
Move about or...
Yes, potentially. just to keep the people with the camera on.
Can you hear me?
It's not very loud in the room.
Is this available as a roving mic? Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is all about Israel and India.
Okay.
Yeah. See?
Sorry? Okay, sure, of course. Come jump up. No? Are complaining that it's... yes, I think... Oh, are you going to be...
Ruth, can I just ask a favour? Can you just check if the lounge area, the lunch area is empty and whether people have now decided where they're going, or do you think we've still got some more people coming in? Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. It's coming straight at here.
That's about it. Lovely. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And welcome to this session of Liberal Judaism and Zion, in which we're going to look at the changing relationship of religion, of Liberal Judaism to Israel and to Zion. And we're delighted that Rabbi Leah Mulstein will be here to guide us through the next hour or so. And I know many of you already know Leah, but for those of you here who do not, or those of you at home, Rabbi Leah is one of the senior rabbis here at the Ark Synagogue. She was born and raised in Germany in a Jewish family deeply committed to progressive Judaism and Enlightenment values, moving to England at the age of 18. Following a BA and MS, Masters of Science in Natural Sciences for the University of Cambridge, she worked in science publishing and then as a research chemist at Munich University before deciding on a career change to the rabbinate. Rabbi Mulstein was ordained from Leo Beck College in July 2012. And she's also the international chair of Artseinu, the political voice of reform, progressive and liberal religious Zionists. As chair of Artseinu, Leah works to represent the interests of Artseinu's constituent groups in 14 countries around the world, as well as progressive Jews more generally within the governing bodies of Israel's national institutions. And she is also a member of the executive of the Jewish Agency, a strong supporter of World Jewry, and has served as a board member of the World Union for Progressive Judaism and as the assistant treasurer of the European Union for Progressive Judaism. We're very lucky to have her. Please welcome Rabbi Leah.
Thank you so much. And it's really a pleasure to be able to speak on this topic here this afternoon, liberal Judaism and Zion. Hopefully we'll have a chance to have a bit of a conversation as well, because this is not just supposed to be a one-way conversation where I tell you what you should think or what liberal Judaism thinks, but where we hopefully will be able to speak together, also thinking about the future, right? We are celebrating the end of the 120th anniversary year and starting really to not just look at the past, but also towards the future. So if I look at my watch, it's not to be rude, but it's just so that I will not take up more time than necessary and also give you an opportunity to speak. For those of you who are joining us online, I can see the comments that you're posting in the chat on YouTube. So if you want to participate in the conversation, you'll be able to do that too, hopefully with the help of the people in the tech booth. If your comment is very long, I might not be able to see it all in one go, because so that I can actually read it on the screen. It's quite enlarged. So if you can keep your comments on YouTube short, then or several comments, then I'll be able to see those as well. So Rabbi Andrew Goldstein, when he asked me to present the session, said, start with a little bit of a historical presentation first. So this is what I'm going to do, but it's going to be a fairly short historical presentation. First of all, I want to begin by pointing you all to this wonderful book, Liberal Judaism, the First 100 Years. Actually, as it comes to Zionism, there isn't all that much that has been published within Liberal Judaism about Israel formally since the book was done, interestingly. So the last sort of formal written statement that was published, it dates actually back to 2006. So quite some time since we as liberal Judaism have said we're going to review what we say we believe as liberal Jews on Israel, although I do think things have evolved, but we haven't really published anything. There was a pamphlet published in 2006. But if you don't have a copy of the book, there are copies available for you to pick up, and they are free of charge. And it has a wonderful chapter on Israel and Zionism in this book as well. So it is definitely worthwhile looking at. Also, of course, if you're interested in the views of our founders, then you might be interested in this lovely little pamphlet, Israel Matuk, which has a section on his views on Israel, and then, of course, the larger biography on Israel Matuk, architect of liberal Judaism, which doesn't have a dedicated section on Israel because that's not how the book is arranged, but covers his views on Israel in general. If we think historically about the history of liberal Judaism in Zion, then of course liberal Judaism dates back to before the founding of the state. And of course the founding of the state leads to a shift in attitudes of liberal Judaism towards the state, which is in a sense understandable, because it's one thing to relate to an idea or a vision, and one thing to relate to a reality, namely that there is a state. So if we think about the early years of liberal Judaism, then really the first public statements by liberal Judaism on the question of Zionism and the state of Israel emerge around the time of the Balfour Declaration. So when the Balfour Declaration is debated in 1917, or when it looks like the Balfour Declaration will be issued, the founders of liberal Judaism wrote, in fact, letters of opposition. So Lily Montagu, Claude Montefiore, and Israel Matuk published a letter in response to the Balfour Declaration in 1917 to say we are opposed to the founding of a Jewish state in then British Mandate Palestine. Now, the three of them come at this topic from slightly different angles. Claude Montefiore, at the time also the president of the Anglo-Jewish Association, which together with the Board of Deputies of British Jews took a view of opposing the Balfour Declaration as well. His main focus is that, well, the creation of a nation state will put in doubt our loyalty as British Jews towards Britain. Right, and this is understandable if you think about the years leading up to 1917 and significant violence against the British Mandate powers from effectively Jewish terrorists. If you just think of the bombing of the King David Hotel, for example. So Montefiore comes primarily from an angle of saying, well, if we support Zionism, then our loyalty towards Britain will be put into question. Lily Montagu, slightly different, mostly indifferent in her, like she just doesn't really deal very much with Zionism. It's not primarily her interests. Her interests are in the spiritual religious fulfillment, right? We heard about this from the wonderful quote when Rabbi Rachel Benjamin was enacting Lily earlier. Spiritual, but also the social welfare question. So she just didn't really have a strong view on the politics of nationalism, or doesn't write on that very much. Later on, she becomes a very strong supporter, though, of the first institutions of progressive Judaism in Israel. So as soon as the Leo Baeck School in Haifa is founded, she is one of the key supporters of the Leo Baeck School. Also, when the first Reform progressive synagogue is founded in Jerusalem, Har El. Again, Lily Montagu is a supporter. So we can see she supports Jewish life in what then will become Israel, but she isn't really interested in the nationalist aspects of Zionism. And then finally, if we come to Israel Matak, of the three who signed that letter against the Balfour Declaration, for him, it's really a clash between the universal vision of liberal Judaism and what he sees as the narrow, particularistic national hopes of Zionism. And he has a beautiful quote. The quote comes from a sermon which he delivered at the Liberal Jewish Synagogue in 1916, on the 28th of October, called Liberal Judaism and the Future of the Jews. And in that he says, there are, it is true, some who are both liberal Jews and Zionists. But a reconciliation of two contradictory ideas must involve some sacrifice or weakening on the part of both ideas. The universal hopes of liberal Judaism and the national hopes of Zionism are opposed to one another, right? And he sees this as two things that are standing in opposition. He does recognize, and this is important to say, that there might be a need for Palestine or a state in Palestine as a place of refuge. So as a kind of practical, pragmatic solution, he does acknowledge that there might be some point to Zionism, but ideologically, from the value space, he sees this Zionism, the nationalism of Zionism, as being in contradiction to the universal hopes of liberal Judaism. It's not true that everyone within liberal Judaism, or even within the founding years of liberal Judaism, was opposed to Zionism. Morris Perlzweig, the first liberal rabbi to be ordained in Britain, who served for some time as the second minister at the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, was an ardent Zionist. And there were many tensions between Perlzweig and Matak, not just about Zionism. But Perlzweig really advocates for Zionism. And in particular, he is the rabbi who tries to raise at the inaugural conference of the World Union for Progressive Judaism in 1926, he argues that Zionism must be on the agenda. it's very funny if you look at the minutes. There is a long debate about whether Zionism should be on the agenda to then decide that it shouldn't be on the agenda. But his argument is that there is no contradiction between the values of liberal Judaism and Zionism. And furthermore, he claims that if liberal Judaism is to be an attractive proposition, especially to Jews, what he says, to Jews of Eastern Europe, we cannot ignore Zionism. So I think one of the things he recognizes is that there might also be a cultural component to what we would say is a liberal Jewish attitude towards Zion, and that some of this is shaped by us being British, and if we would be living in the Pale of the Settlements, things might look a little bit differently. So I think that's a very interesting thing to keep in mind. In 1935, Perlzweig and Montefiore together publish a pamphlet, Why the Jewish Religious Union Can Be and Justifiably Is Neutral on Zionism. So the answer was really, we're going to maintain neutrality. This is all still before the founding of the state. Again, we see a little bit of a development here of the different views, but really what we start seeing is the shift really happens with the founding of the State of Israel. Right now we are looking at an actual reality of there being a state, and we find that while liberal Judaism and for example, Rabbi Leslie Edgar, who's very much influenced by this commitment to universalism of Montefiore and Mattern, he is forced to respond to the Holocaust, right? He is forced to respond to the Holocaust, to the founding of the State of Israel, to recognize that maybe this dream of universal acceptance, that, you know, the Jews can just be safe and happy and live like other citizens in all the nation states around the world, that hope had been kind of shattered really by history. And with sort of starting with Edgar, we see this shift to liberal Judaism saying, well, there are two foci of Jewish life. We can support Israel provided we understand that there are two foci of Jewish life, that there is Israel and there is the diaspora. And I think this is something which we see also really playing out in the years before the founding of the state, that there was sort of this, well, Zionism might ask us to completely give up on liberal Judaism in the UK, that it's about all of us moving to Israel. And as we see that idea of Zionism evolve, so do we see liberal Jewish attitudes evolve. There was a big debate, for example, in '58 about whether liberal Jews should celebrate Yom HaAtzmaut, the 10th anniversary of the state. In the end, the Liberal Judaism Monthly does publish a lead article to say, yes, liberal Jews should celebrate, but with a very important caveat, namely that it must be clear that Jews were not a political entity identifiable with Israel. I think that's something that often comes up really in our discussions even today, right? And that there was some uncertainty about Israel as a religious state. And I quote from this lead article in the Liberal Jewish Monthly, May 1958, it said, "The Torah will go forth ever more strongly from Zion, even as we hope it will go forth equally from London, Paris, and New York." So again, the two foci of liberal Judaism, that yes, we do hope that there is also Jewish life in Israel, but that there is that it equally is important the life of liberal Judaism in the UK. Now, we start seeing a shift in the 60s towards moving away from neutrality. So until actually 1966, officially the liberal Judaism maintained its neutrality on the question of Zionism. It is only in 1966 that it was decided that neutrality is no longer the appropriate position. Now, predating 66, we get already in the early 60s a number of resolutions that are passed which take a clear commitment to Israel, such as that congregations should encourage their members to see the land of Israel themselves, that congregations should establish scholarships at the Leobeck School in Haifa. So really the commitment of British Jews and liberal Jews specifically to the Leobeck School has always been and remains very, very strong. And including then also a call on liberal Jewish congregations to increase their fundraising efforts for Israel. And what is interesting with the 1966 policy statement is that it's for the first time that liberal Judaism also embraces raising funds not just for progressive Jewish causes in Israel, but also through the Jewish National Fund and JPA, which was the Joint Palestine Appeal, which is now the UJIA, basically. So also raising funds more generally. And we see that in particular in 67, after the 60s, with the 67 war, we see fundraising efforts increase significantly from £7,000 in 66 to the LJS raising £67,000 in its High Holiday Appeal of 1967. I don't know how much you raise nowadays with your High Holiday Appeal, but that sounds like a very large figure. £67,600 was raised at the LJS in 1967. So we start seeing a very significant commitment, and then we see the founding of Pro-Zion, which was not primarily driven by liberal members. It was together with the Reform movement. Pro-Zion is now the organization. Artsenu is the international umbrella of Pro-Zion, and really emerged out of a desire to say we want to have a political say within some of the institutions of the State of Israel. By the early 70s, it becomes clear that progressive Judaism has very little political power within the electoral system, within the Knesset. The congregations are still very, very small. There's no, unlike, for example, what we see today with the Ashkenazi ultra-Orthodox or the Sephardi ultra-Orthodox, there's no progressive Jewish political party in Israel. And so Pro-Zion / Artsenu was really founded to respond to that, to give at least some political representation. I think when we look at where our relationship has developed, liberal Judaism has always been not unanimous when it comes to Israel. As a movement, there have been rabbis who've been very much in favor, and there have been rabbis that have been very critical. In the 80s, we get some great controversies between, when it comes to Israel, between Rabbi David Goldberg and I believe Harold Wembley in particular were very, very upset with some of the things that he wrote about Begin. So we've never been very united on this. I think if we look at it historically, what has always driven our attitudes is our commitment to our liberal Jewish values. And I think the reason why we see a development after the founding of the states to no longer be at a place of neutrality was also that we saw that there are liberal Jews in Israel who are worthy of supporting, and that universal vision right, should also find fulfillment, that universal Jewish vision should also find fulfillment within the state of Israel. And I think where we find ourselves today, and that's certainly what I always see as my work with Artsenu, is to say it is our role as liberal Jews to be partners with liberal Jews in Israel in making sure that Israel, like Britain, represents our values. And that it's no longer really a question. I don't think we really have been, for many years or maybe ever, a movement that has necessarily advocated saying, you know, actually you should pack up your suitcases and you should all move to Israel. We have never, that was never the liberal Jewish approach. But we do see liberal Jewish values, and we want to see liberal Jewish values represented in the state of Israel. With that, I'm going to stop my introductory historical remarks and invite all of you to participate in the conversation. We can take this in whatever way you want. It can be very contemporary, it can be more historical, whatever. The floor is yours, and I will try to facilitate a conversation for us. Peter.
Yes, please.
Yes, we're going to need you all to talk into the microphone because otherwise nobody online can hear.
Hi, my name is Peter Davis. I've taken great interest in Israel as soon as I was old enough to take an interest. And I think Israel was created as a result of the Holocaust. I think without the Holocaust, there probably wouldn't be an Israel. And the fact is, I think it got the support of the international community because of the guilt from the Holocaust. But the fact is, Israel is a vibrant democracy. And I know that it's in certain liberal circles, there's lots and lots of criticism of how Israel is developing. Particularly, we're talking about slightly more right-wing governments, etc., and what the attitude should be towards peace efforts. And my response to a lot of people that bring this up with me is Israel is a democracy and it gets what the people want in Israel. And so when Israel goes slightly further to the right, and I don't necessarily agree with it or disagree with it, I don't like the voting system, and certainly some people have far too much influence in Israel, but they do get, broadly speaking, a government that they want. And at the moment, it appears to be slightly more right-wing because there's lots of insecurities within Israel. It's a divided country, and also because of the nature of the Palestinian Authority, who don't appear to want peace of any description, and you've still got the problems with what's going on in Palestinian schools. And so what happens is you lean towards the right and you want Israel to be strong and go from a position of strength. And I think that's how it's developed. And although I don't necessarily like it, I accept it and understand it. And I think
Thank you. Perfect. So I'm going to invite more people to comment, and I'm going to resist commenting too much on each person and just keeping it as an argument between me and individuals. I just want to add one thing. I think it's a very popular explanation that the Holocaust led to the creation of the State of Israel. It is not necessarily historically proven that that is in fact the deciding factor. There are lots of factors that play into it. I think it's just important to put that out there. And I would just say, I think there is no question that the current government that we have is a right-wing government. I mean, I think we don't have to say it tends to the right. It is very clearly a right-wing government. What we think of it is different, but or will be different to different people, but we can say very clearly it is a right-wing government that currently has been elected. Yeah. Ruth.
So mine's actually a historical question. Given that when it was started, the Balfour Declaration, I mean, what was the incentives? I mean, why did it happen? You know, if it wasn't the Holocaust, what was it? I mean, it can't have been the Holocaust because it was after that. So I just wanted to know.
I think Michael wants to come in. Yeah, I mean, and you're very welcome to comment, and they don't just hear my voice.
It's a fantastically important historical question. Hi, Michael. My name is Michael Weaker. I'm the Chief Executive of the Board of Deputies And it's a real, so we opposed Balfour back in 1917. I'm glad we got over it.
I think that's the important thing, right? It's the same thing with liberal Judaism, right? Oftentimes it gets thrown in just into the face of liberal Jews. You oppose Zionism, so now stay out of Israel. But actually the Board of Deputies also opposed
So
it.
three reasons are usually given. The first is, it was World War I, and there was a lot of interest in keeping the Jews of America and the Jews of Russia on side for World War I. I'm going to come back to that because of my second reason. The second reason is, you will know that the Protocols of Elders of Zion have been published in 1905. Now, everybody knew they were a forgery. So that's beyond doubt, that they either were a forgery, and it was known they were a forgery. But the idea that Jews had quite a lot of influence was a heavily baked idea within European society. Put that alongside part of the Christian Protestant attitude of being very pro-Jewish and very pro the idea of Jews returning to Zion. You've got those three factors all bubbling together. Add into it a fourth factor, which was the extraordinary personal charm and influence of Chaim Weizmann. All those four things are going on together. And so when it comes to the Balfour Declaration, the British see it as in their interest to keep the Jewish communities happy, particularly in Russia and America, so it will serve the interest. They can see that Turkey is going to give up Palestine, they see Turkey is weak, and they think that keeping the Jews on side will help them to establish more and more of a presence within Palestine. It's a very disputed area, but those 4 or 5 themes are the main themes that lead to Balfour Declaration being issued.
Thank you. So that was the historical answer to that. So it's a combination of many factors. Why is always the most difficult question to answer in history. What happens, why it happened is more complex. Anyone else want to comment? Danny in the back, Rabbi Danny Rich.
I'm not going to comment on the modern politics of Israel, but I do just want to make one point, that we happen to be producing, or Liberal Judaism had to be producing its prayer book in 1967. And I think that if I remember correctly, what was it called? Service of the Heart was the first prayer book to have a liturgy for Yom Ha'atzmaut, by chance. And I think John Rayner's putting that in was probably one of the most significant historical moments. And I realize that with everything, you couldn't cover everything, but I think it's important to note.
Yes, and it really emerges from the 1963 document, which mandated religious observance of Yom Ha'atzmaut. And it was important that it was a religious observance. So this is interesting as you're thinking about Israel at 75, right? For John Rayner, definitely, and it wasn't just John Rayner who was part of it. Herbert Richter was really one of the key people who mandated for it. The religious aspects of it were really critical. It wasn't just falafel and so on. Yes.
Sorry. I was just going to say it was Rabbi Sidney Brichto who changed John Rayner's mind as well, bringing from America a totally different attitude to Zion. And it was Sidney who really sort of pushed for it in many ways. And that's how it happened.
Thank you. Anyone else? Other people are also welcome to comment on contemporary politics. It's not Michael, yes.
Following on your course just over a year ago, Leah, I was going to ask you the question, contemporary society today, why has there been such a savage attack on the judiciary within the last year or two? As far as I can remember, it's never been center stage in Israeli politics until up to now.
So it's a really good question. Maybe I just need to, before I respond to the specific question, just provide a little bit of background to everyone. So we see in Israel is a one chamber system without a constitution and without a president who has the power to veto laws. the Knesset, in a sense, is the only legislative body that sets laws. There's no checks and balances of two chambers, and therefore, in a sense, while you could say, yes, it is a democracy, it potentially is a very fragile democracy, because if you create a democratic system where effectively, as soon as you gain a majority, you have the right to do whatever you like, that can very quickly lead to the tyranny of the majority, which is not what democracy is supposed to be about. That might mean that you have open elections, but that doesn't make it democratic. And so what we see is under Chief Justice Barak, the court claims the right, the Supreme Court claims the right to, in cases when it feels that a basic law is challenged by new legislation, to interfere. And the basic laws, there are a set of laws, but really what we are dealing with is sort of the basic human rights kind of laws. So if the Knesset want to pass a law that creates inequality, then that goes against the equality principle, and if it's too grievous, the court could intervene. Now, the court actually, although the current government is suggesting that the court intervenes a lot, actually uses that right relatively restricted. And if you look at, for example, some of the cases that progressive Judaism has brought to the Supreme Court, we see that these cases often drag on for decades because the court keeps saying to the government, you should legislate on this issue. We shouldn't be legislating on this issue. And we see this also not just with progressive Jewish causes, but LGBT rights, right? This question about surrogacy for same-sex couples, for example, in the end got resolved because the government did not pass any legislation about surrogacy for same-sex couples, and therefore eventually the court ruled in favor. So in general, the court hasn't really used that authority that much. I think what we see coming together with the current government is, on one hand, some parties who are just opposed to the law applying to them. They just think they're above the law. I mean, sorry? The secular law. The secular law. Although not all of it is about, they're just kind of opposed that there should be somebody who sits in judgment over them. So Itamar Ben-Gvir almost got ruled by the Supreme Court to not be eligible to run for election in the Knesset because of support for terrorist activity and racism. He just doesn't think that any court should decide that about him. If we think about Deri, who was due to be finance minister in 2 years' time under the rotation from Shas, he sat in prison for fraud. And in fact, he made a deal with the government to say that he admits to the fraud. So there are some groups that just in government now with unfettered power who just don't believe the law should apply to them, including the current prime minister who is under indictment. So a lot of this comes from a sense of we just don't want anyone else to tell us what is to happen. And that's why we see this attack. It is not an attack that is shared by the jurists. So it's not that suddenly the judiciary has turned around and said, our system is bad, the Supreme Court misuses its power or something. Unilaterally, really, the lawyers have come out in support of the Supreme Court, including the Attorney General, who is appointed by the government. Yeah, please.
Just to say one thing, my name is Tony Samuel. There are some parallels here, and just to share a couple of observations. Well, one is a fact. We share something quite interesting with Israel. Neither of us as countries have a written constitution. Now that opens up many, many complex issues, and it can in Britain too. So not having a written constitution, almost anything goes. I mean, that's not quite right, but you can't rely on a written constitution to guide you through this complex area. And just to say something on that point, I've sat in a room with my local MP, and there will be others, he's not alone, who quite openly dismisses the power of judges because he says, I'm an MP, we are the government, we got voted, and, we are thwarted. I mean, he won't say those last words, but it's very clear. He says, we were voted, we have the power to legislate, we represent the people, we should do what we need to do. And so there's no possibility. And we've had that obviously in recent times with the whole debate about proroguing Parliament, and there are other debates ongoing where the government, and not just this government, because it has come from the other side as well, when they're in power, they think, we are in power, we did get voted, and this is what we want to do. So it's complex stuff, but not having a written constitution, we share that with Israel.
Yeah, so there's and I'll do a shameless plug for him because he's my congregant. Robin Moss he presented this two-part series at Limud just this past Limud, but is doing it again, hosted here at the Ark Synagogue, is doing a two-part series on how Israel is extraordinary and how it is not. And it is very easy for us to forget that Israel isn't that extraordinary. So the attacks on the judiciary, yes, we are facing them currently in Israel, but they're really not unique to Israel. And I think some of the things that we are seeing happening in Israel is not unlike what we saw under the Trump years in the United States. The fear is, though, that it is, right, if the country doesn't respond to it, then we don't get the situation of the United States or, for example, Greece, where they elected basically a neo-Nazi fascist government, but managed to oust them again quick enough. If we don't react quick enough, we can get Hungary or eventually Russia, right? And because once you remove the democratic checks and balances, sadly, we cannot trust that people who got democratically elected, theoretically Hitler got democratically elected, right? Just because you've been elected by a majority, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to act democratically. And I think this is what we're seeing right now in Israel, which is why we're seeing mass demonstrations, is that there is a real danger. What will Israel in 75 years look like, right? Will it still be a democracy? And yes, while that is primarily something that is a matter for the Israeli electorate, we mustn't discount the influence of global Jewry, because the right wing didn't emerge so powerful out of Oslo just by itself. It emerged that powerfully also because of foreign investments into the right wing. There's a lot published now. So yes, it is primarily an issue of democracy for Israelis, but I think us as liberal Jews, especially when we're asked by our Israeli fellow liberal Jews to say, we need you to stand with us, it is really important that we stand with them. I can see my wonderful colleague, Rabbi Igor Zinkov, has the microphone.
Thank you. And you predicted my comment already, because I have many friends, and some of you would know that I was born in Russia, and I have many friends who, over the last 10 years, moved from Russia, and most of them moved to Israel. And this aliyah from Russia to Israel has a nickname, which is called Putin Aliyah, because this is people who move away from Russia not for a better life, or economically or something, but because they felt over the last, I would say even 15 years, but it's more or less 10 years, that they don't see their future there because of where the country was going to. And now, all of them, and I speak to them, and they share this kind of a sense of déjà vu, that and what they say is that one of the first things that Putin did is took control over who the judges are. And what they see now with the threat of taking control of the judiciary system, they see that they all went to the protests, recent protests in Tel Aviv or all over Israel. And what they say is that we didn't act strong enough and quick enough in Russia, but we're not going to let it happen here. And just wanted to share this comment. There are some similarities, and those who experienced it in Russia, they are now feeling the same, or they hear echoes of it, or they feel the echoes of it in Israel. Just wanted to share this.
Thank you. I think that's a really helpful point. Anyone else want to comment? Yeah, sure, please. Ruth.
Thank you. It's another question, really, because I think information is really useful. So the right and left is kind of, it doesn't quite work in Israel, does it? But I know we use shorthand so that we understand. So could you explain, it's not just for everybody else, for me too, but the balance of power, which is held by not a large group, but a group. Could you explain what their background is, what their constituency is? You know, where do they come from? Who do they represent? And how big they are in the government?
Well, so I'll try to. I'm not 100% sure I understood your questions exactly correctly. So if I don't answer it correctly, then just please ask for clarification again. So I think if we're looking at the current government, it has a solid majority, not a very large majority in terms of seats. So interestingly, what happened is there will be lots of analysis of these elections for years to come. One thing that certainly happened was the failure of the left to be able to join forces. And one of the political parties of the left didn't make it across the threshold, which therefore means that even though by actual votes, the left almost got the same number of votes as, or left and right is difficult to say. It's really the Bibi Netanyahu bloc versus the not Bibi Netanyahu bloc. Because I think it's very easy for us to say, oh, Likud is right-wing and Yesh Atid is left-wing. If you look at their policies across a whole spectrum of things, they don't really differ hugely. On the judiciary, they differ very clearly. But primarily, they're about, do we want Bibi Netanyahu or do we not want Bibi Netanyahu? So the left-right, as you say, divide is complicated. But the vote outcome of the actual votes cast was not as clear as having a clear majority. But now, for Israel, I think the current government has 64 seats. That's a solid, out of 120, that's a solid majority in Israel. Now, it's not big enough that if one of the parties making up that coalition were to leave the coalition wouldn't collapse. But it's a solid majority. It doesn't bring together that many political parties. It brings together an ultra-Orthodox Sephardi party, an ultra-Orthodox Ashkenazi parties. They come under one umbrella. The religious Zionism parties that come under that umbrella, which are really the right-wing. Some of them are more vocal about their racism. Some of them are more vocal about their homophobia. Some of them are more vocal about their misogyny. But they are in that sphere. And the Likud, which is the largest partner in that grouping, but interestingly quite weak, because even though they bring the largest number of seats, over 30 seats, into that coalition, they need each of the other parties. So you're going to give all the jobs and the favors to the other parties. So one of the things that we're seeing now really about pressure is that in many ways, from what I hear from my Likud contacts, who range between there's at the moment a huge split even within the Likud, the pro-Bibi and against Bibi group, but most of them say, please keep up the pressure. The Likud needs the pressure too to keep the more radical voices in check, because it will facilitate them standing up to it. And it is the most orthodox government that we've ever had, very clearly. The largest number of orthodox lawmakers, with a very significant number who want to see Israel as a theocracy, who abandoned many of the core Zionist values, and this is what many of the Likudniks are, for example, struggling with, of, for example, encouraging Aliyah, right? The bill that they're trying to push to say we're going to eliminate the grandchild clause is primarily directed against Jews from Russia, primarily, actually, and a bit Belarus, where actually the Jewish Agency currently is predicting another mass Aliyah, like they are literally talking about it like Ethiopia. There are literally plans being made for if Russia were to close direct flights from Moscow to Tel Aviv, where would we bus people to so we could fly them out, Jews? There are some projections that Russia will be without Jews, basically, within the next decade, because Jews will just be too afraid to stay there. And that used to be a core Zionist value that was shared by the mainstream parties, and it came as quite a shock to even many Likudniks that now some of their coalition partners are pushing for these really restrictive policies. And that they are really saying, we don't want these people who are not really Jews to come to Israel. That was quite a shock. I think we only have a couple of minutes, probably 2. Oh, we have 10. Apparently we have 10. I thought we have 2, but so if we have 10 more comments or questions, Rabbi Charlie Baginski.
You don't need a microphone. I don't, but for the people at home, I'll give them the benefit or the not. I'm really interested to hear from you, particularly as somebody who kind of sees that international perspective of progressive Judaism in relation to Israel. Should we be as pessimistic as perhaps we are here about our future generations' relationship with Israel? Is, as somebody put it to me today, the biggest danger of our relationship with Israel in the future being an apathetic generation?
So I think apathy is the biggest danger. It's, I think, a lot less a danger in the UK than it is in the United States, for example. I think there are a number of factors why we should be incredibly optimistic about the next generation. The next generation travels very regularly to Israel, knows many Israelis as in, is in direct Instagram relationship with peers, and is very engaged, even when they're very angry about what Israel currently does. They are actually anything but apathetic on the whole. Now, I think it's very clear that, of course, and I think even we as adults sometimes feel that, right? It can be quite tiring. It's tiring when you're in school and you're just having a chat with your friends and suddenly they go like, well, why do the Israelis kill all the Palestinians? And it's tiring when your classmates only know about Israel-Palestine and human rights abuses there, but have never heard of the Uyghur genocide. It's tiring sometimes, but actually our young people, generally speaking, are very, very well equipped, and engaged on the issue. And I think as long as we keep people engaged, I'm not pessimistic. I think the wrong response to being unhappy with Israel is to disengage and to be apathetic. I mean, I say this to all young people who say, well, maybe we should not go on Israel tour in response to it. Well, the only thing we're definitely going to achieve by progressive Jews disengaging from Israel is that Israel will be less and less reflective of our values. It will not stop existing because of anything we do. We simply don't have that power. So I think I'm quite optimistic still. I think the next generation is more engaged in many ways than some of the older generation were. I think as Britain, we go to Israel all the time. And I think what's wonderful when I see it in comparison to the international context is we go as individuals, we get an Airbnb and live like Israelis, go to the supermarket and stuff like that. American Jews come once in a lifetime on an organized trip with their synagogue, where they primarily speak to people from their synagogue and get bussed around and stay at some hotels that no Israeli sets foot in. It's a reality, right? So actually, we are much closer in contact with the real Israel, and I think that will keep our people engaged. Tony.
Thank you. Tony Sacker. So we're living in a world where there seems to be a cult of personality. Where would American Republicans be if Trump suddenly disappeared? And the question is, where would Israel be if Bibi suddenly disappeared?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many of you have heard Bibi speak, but Bibi is a good speaker. I don't agree with very much that he says, but he's a fantastic speaker. He's engaging, he knows his audiences. You know, he can sell you stuff. And the left has not produced, the Israeli left has not produced those figures. They have not produced the people who everyone looks to and says, oh, yeah, I might not agree with them, but I'll pay money to hear them speak. Rabbi Rebecca Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. And I'm sorry if I'm asking a question that's already been asked because I've come in a little late. I just want to push you a tiny bit more on young people and our movement and how we manage, if not apathy, actually a little bit of shame and embarrassment. And talking already, we've talked about how the leaders of this year's Israel tour might need a different kind of training to lead Israel tour. I really hope it goes ahead. My son is very excited. But I think something different is needed now. And I agree with you, Bibi is a fantastic speaker, and hearing him recently talking about having both hands firmly on the steering wheel and no one else has the steering wheel, but nonetheless, our young people are feeling shame, and I think we need to grasp that nettle of shame and help them feel back in control.
So I think, I personally think shame is not such a bad thing. I think shame is actually something that, I'm a social activist, not just when it comes to Israel. I do a lot of things because I'm ashamed, right? Because I'm ashamed that we live in a country where children are hungry, right? Like, there are lots of things when I look at Britain where I say, I am ashamed of that, and it motivates me to want to stay engaged. And I think in terms of our young people, I think there's a couple of things. I think one thing is education. The most difficult way to deal with shame and when somebody throws an accusation at you is not actually knowing what it's really about. And this is something we can really learn from the right wing. They are really good at training their people to have, like, the lines available. Like, this is the answer you give when somebody says A. And we've generally, part of the challenge of the left is that the answer we always give is it's complicated. Now, it is complicated, that is true, but we still need to learn as the left to communicate that some things are not complicated, that it is not complicated, that we stand side by side with Israelis who are fighting every day to keep democracy alive, who are willing, despite the fact that it's raining, to stand in Tel Aviv week after week, right? And that they need us. They need to know that we support them so that they bother coming even when it's raining. That's not complicated. So I think one of the things for us maybe as a movement is helping with that education thing. It's one of the reasons why I offer so many kind of educational sessions on understanding Israel, so that when somebody asks you about the Supreme Court and says, oh, I don't understand, why is this such a problem? You can actually explain, well, it might not be a problem if there were other checks and balances on democracy in Israel, right? There are other models that perfectly protect democracy that isn't the current system that Israel has. But that's not what the government is suggesting. They're just suggesting we'll get rid of checks and balances. So I think it's definitely education is important, and leveraging shame and just saying, yes, I'm ashamed. It's okay to be ashamed. That sounds like a really bad place to end. I actually have to say I am really proud. I think it is really difficult for us sometimes to see that. I am really proud what Israel is like today, right? I am proud. There are lots of things we can be proud of. It is incredible to see that Israel now really is for progressive Judaism again, Ki mitzion tetzei Torah, that great things emerge in terms of Torah teaching of great relevance for us as progressive Jews here, whether that's through liturgical music, through prayers, new prayers that I've written, whether it's through Torah commentary, whether it's through just entrepreneurial initiatives of what communities there do. There are lots of things that we can be incredibly proud of. And at the same time, it's a work in progress. That's what liberal Judaism is about. It's about a vision that is greater than the reality. And that's going to be true for Israel as it is for Britain. So thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you for your clear, committed and robust guidance through Israel the last 120 years. There are a couple more sessions starting at 2:30. In here, there will be a session on why I am a liberal Jew. And in the communal hall, I think that's right, there's going to be a session on liberal rabbis I have known. It sounds interesting. So thank you all for attending. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you at home for your questions as well.
Welcome to the closing ceremony of Liberal Judaism at 120, entitled The Sights and Sounds of Liberal Judaism at 120. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you in person today. I know the programme and those who are leading it will ensure a vibrant, stimulating and uplifting afternoon for everyone present. Over the past few days, I've been thinking of those early days of the Jewish Religious Union, not only because our 120th anniversary of liberal Judaism is coming to an end, but because this year, 2023, marks the 150th anniversary of Lily Montagu's birth on December the 22nd, 1873, and the 60th anniversary of her death on January the 22nd, 1963. So even as we conclude our 120th anniversary year, so we begin another year of recalling the specific contribution of Lily Montague, spiritual and religious leader, teacher, social worker, organizer, whose vision for the advancement of liberal Judaism helped to create the movement that we are part of today. Of course, there were other individuals as well: Claude Montefiore, Rabbi Dr. Israel Mattock, Dr. Israel Abrahams, and the many scholars, teachers, rabbis, and lay leaders who came after them, architects of liberal Judaism. The last sermon that Lily Montague was due to deliver on Shabbat morning, the 19th of January 1963, was entitled Seeking and Finding. Because of her failing eyesight, she was no longer able to read from a text, but only from headline notes. These notes begin with a verse from Isaiah 55. In her words, the translation she used, "Seek ye the Lord while he may be found, call upon him while he is near." It was her favorite chapter in Tanakh and is known to us as the Haftarah for Rosh Hashanah morning. What follows in her notes seems to have encompassed her whole life: seeking God, righteousness, prayer, life and religion, Jewish observance, longing for the kingdom of God, set against love of power for its own sake, communist countries, and the longing to create a world for the good of all people. As we move forward into our second 120 years, I've been trying to reconstruct the sermon and thinking about how we reconstruct her sermon in our own lives. The sermon that Lily Montague never gave, because the night before she was due to speak, she fell, lapsed into a coma, and died 4 days later at the age of 89. Remember, she would have said, that we are a religious movement, seeking through prayer and through our way of life an understanding of the words of our tradition, a sense that our entire life can be made holy, that there is no division between the secular and the sacred, when we play and when we pray, when we work and when we rest. And she herself never rested from the work that she did to make the world a better place for all those she encountered, the children she taught and led prayers for at the New West End Synagogue as a teenager, the girls who attended her club, all those who listened to her teach and preach, who read her newsletters and writings, who joined the communities around the country which she helped to found. Tomorrow night is the beginning of Tu B'Shvat, the New Year for trees. Lily Montague never wrote about this festival specifically, but in a letter to her club at Pesach 1951, she reminded the members that Pesach is the festival of spring, that the season, like all others, follows God's laws of nature. The trees and flowers have heard God's call to a reawakening, and they obey. Let us, she said, seek God through his creation. Let the beauty of the spring enter into your souls, and may it help us to realize the responsibilities that each of us have to maintain the preciousness of our Jewish heritage and to recognize the unity of human life and our kinship with all God's creatures. Welcome to the closing ceremony of liberal Judaism at 120, entitled The Sights and Sounds of Liberal Judaism at 120. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be with you in person today. I know the programme and those who are leading it will ensure a vibrant.
Thank you. Sorry, the prospect of me, a liberal Jewish synagogue congregant, silencing my rabbi is deeply disturbing to me. But welcome back, everybody, to this session on why I am a liberal Jew. For start, I want to give everybody a little lesson in microphone holding. It's not like this. It's not like this. I want everybody's inner Mick Jagger. It's like that. Okay, that's how I want everybody to hold their mic. Thank you. Okay, so this session, why I am a liberal Jew. We all have our stories, and we could all go on for ages. But my plan for this session is to give my distinguished panelists, who are liberal Jews for very different reasons, but they're all really exciting, about 5 minutes, so you can really get a sense of why they're a liberal Jew. And the question I'd like you all to answer is how your experience of liberal Judaism has helped you to be who you are. So why you're a liberal Jew, how that helps you to be the best version of yourself. We have an amazing panel here. We've got Bob Kirk, who I believe must be known to most of you, Kindertransport survivor, along with his wife Anne. Just done so many things in liberal Judaism. I learn at his feet. Everything I'm doing, I think I have to ask Bob, whether it's to do with Leo Beck College, whether it's to do with liberal Judaism, whether it's to do with history. Amazing. We're very lucky to have on our panel liberal Judaism chair Ruth Seeger. I've just today met Paul Hyams, who's going to tell us why he's a liberal Jew. Lifetime in the RAF, very impressive. It's good to have you with us. Sophie, and it's great to have you as well, a liberal Judaism movement worker, and I believe a third-generation liberal Jew and a member of the Ark Cinema. It's great to have you, Synagogue. It's great to have you with us. Sean, you have stewarded some of the most important diversity projects within liberal Judaism, and it's fantastic to have you with us, Sean. And last but by no means least, to have a rabbi in this room and not the other room is really a very great privilege for us. Rebecca Burke, you are most welcome here. Bob, why are you a liberal Jew?
Why am I a liberal Jew? Well, you can answer that in good Jewish fashion with why not? Well, why am I a liberal Jew? I could give you a facetious reply. It's all Anne's fault. If we hadn't met way back in 1948, I might never found liberal Judaism. But we did meet. And she dragged me, kicking and screaming, you can believe that if you like, to an Erev Shabbat service at the LJS. Only it wasn't called Erev Shabbat then. It was a sedate Friday night service, run on that occasion by the Alumni Society, the youth group of the LJS, founded by Israel Mattock. My Jewish experience up to then was hardly exciting. But of course, from the age of 7, against the background of Hitler's Germany, my family belonged to the large Orthodox congregation of Hanover. At the time I was born, 1925, about 5,000 members. Women sitting in the gallery, not participating in services, you get the picture. A highly respected Landrabbiner, Samuel Freund, who in appearance actually reminds me very much of Leo Beck. And the Stadtrabbiner, the local rabbi, particularly responsible, among other things, for youth matters, including running youth services on Shabbat afternoons. They're well attended. There was a 3-line whip. But I never understood what they were all about. My Hebrew lessons didn't extend to liturgy, let alone text study. My brother and I had the same Bar Mitzvah parasha, which one had to learn whether one had a voice or not. I didn't. Many years later, when we were comparing notes, we discovered that neither of us had any idea what it was about. That gives you a flavor of the kind of education we had. Now, between my arrival in the UK and meeting Anne, I had almost no contact with Jews, let alone communities. Imagine then my amazement on attending that Friday night service, a layman giving the address, no rabbinic participation, although I think Philco, the Reverend Philip Cohen, was present, very approachable and down-to-earth minister who'd had semicha from Jews College and had moved around a little bit. The malicious comment always was that he only came to the LGS because at that time the stands opposite hadn't been built and you could watch cricket from the top of the portico. But the point was, this was a service I could understand and participate in. What was not to like? I came back for more, encouraged by Rabbi Dr. Matuk and his son-in-law, Dr. Edgar. Anne was already an active member of the LGS, and we married there in May 1950. We've both been actively involved in the community and the movement ever since. It's brought us many friendships and a great deal of personal satisfaction. And the rest really is history. There was great encouragement to study as well, from John Rayner, David Goldstein, Sidney Pichter, David Goldberg, Andrew Goldstein, Alex Wright, and many others. And every opportunity to get involved, as well as encouragement, or rather a requirement, to think for myself. So, very rapidly, the LDS, Liberal Judaism, and Leobeck College became my home. What more can I ask for?
Thank you so much, Bob. Thank you. May I ask you to pass your microphone to your left, because I didn't have an opportunity to welcome you, Tanya, to this panel. It's great to have you with us. This is Tanya Townsend, and Tanya is the Liberal Judaism Diversity Lead. Tanya, what I ask people to do is, for about 5 minutes, tell us why you are a liberal Jew through the prism of why Liberal Judaism helps you to be the best version of yourself, how it helps you to be you. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my story is one of reclaiming, but also a place where I could be the best version of myself. So I have an 8-year-old son, and his father is Jewish too. And one of the things that we actually landed on is that we wanted to raise him in a Jewish home. But also we were really cognizant of, one, him being black, and two, him being Jewish, and what that was going to mean for him and his identity. For quite a number of years, Joshua, who's my son, used to go around saying he was half a black, half a Jew, and half a Jamaican. He's a lot better at fractions now. But what that said to me was that we'd found a place and a home for his Jewish identity to actually blossom and grow. And that's all I could ask for him, actually. We are members of Kehila, and we're also members here too. And for me, in both of those communities, has been something that's very welcoming and very inclusive. And it's also helped him to grow, and also helped him to learn about not just who he is, but what he wants to become. That for me was really, really important as a parent, but also important for me too, because I started growing with him. I mentioned that part of it was about reclaiming. So a bit about my family history is that we do have a history of Jamaican Jewish heritage. So through my nan was is a Windrush generation. Unfortunately, she just passed away, which is why I'm struggling with saying is, was, etc. But we started researching our family tree. And through that family tree, we found Jewish connections via there. It's not a great story. I won't recount it here. It's not a great story. But for me, with some of those stories, particularly around depression, etc., you can either succumb to it, or you can take ownership of it and make it what you want to be and shape the future that you want to have from it. So for me, being part of the Jewish community and going through conversion was the best way for me to do that and reclaim my heritage, my identity, and actually work with Joshua as we were learning and growing. And as I said, we found 2 brilliant communities to be part of. As soon as we stepped into both of them, there was no hesitation about people welcoming us and actually helping us to actually be part of the community itself. For me as well, there was a certain connection in terms of Jewish ethics and what that means, that the essence of humanity being really, really core part of really just trying to shape a world, communities, our families in that vein. And each person being that, that light, that divinity, and actually growing with them, and we wanted to be part of that. So I've loved doing a lot of the learning. It's been really, really open to actually do that. Joshua absolutely loves Hader. I think last week he said he found out his teacher was Jewish, and the conversation that flowed from that was he demanded to know from her what she was going to be doing for Passover. But he also went through a stage where he also used to think that everybody around him was Jewish. So when he realised that people weren't Jewish, it was quite remarkable to him. But that's what I love. And that's what I love, that the community and also liberal Judaism has started to build within him, started to actually feel like being Jewish is not being a minority. It's not something that you have to hide. It's something that you can be really out there and proud of and lean into. And if I'm honest with you, I don't think that would have come out without being within the community itself, without being within liberal Judaism. So even though I am diversity lead, I think there's something for everybody to do within that space. And people do that in very little ways. And I think it's just up for us to continue to do that, because we are really, really diverse in terms of our thoughts, in terms of our histories, in terms of how we came to be, and also in terms of how we want to move forward too. And I think that's a really, really powerful thing that liberal Judaism actually offers us as a community, but also drives really, really passionately through the leadership and also through the community itself.
Thank you very much, Tanya. It's great, and it's wonderful to have you with us. Before you pass the microphone to Ruth, who needs it next, I realised I didn't tell you all who I am. My name's Karen Newman, and I'm the Deputy Chair of Liberal Judaism, and so it's therefore my great honour to serve as Ruth's Deputy. Ruth is the Chair of Liberal Judaism, and the floor is now yours, Ruth.
Thank you. So, why I'm a liberal Jew? Well, I was born a liberal Jew. And for me, it's more of a description than a decision. I know that this is where I belong. These are my people. And there's, as we talk about our tent, there's a seat with my name on it in the tent. But the truth is that it was rather a matter of chance. My parents were founder members of a community in Crawley, which you hear a lot about. It's a tiny little thing. And when they were setting it up, when it was being set up, people said they'd had to decide what sort of community they were going to be. So somebody said, well, I'm Orthodox, I don't really mind, and I'm this, but I don't really mind. And then Michael Franklin said, my aunt's Lily Montague, we're going to be liberal Jews. And that community was, and that's really why I am. And it is a matter of chance. But perhaps the more pertinent question is why I expend so much time, energy, and heartache on liberal Judaism. And so the things that I was going to focus on are the things that I tell people when I talk to them about liberal Judaism, and certainly the things that still shape me and guide me. I'm going to take inclusion as read. I'm sure other people will cover it, but that's important, but I'm not going to go over that now. I like that we focus on what we do rather than what we believe and think. What we do in this life counts more than anything that may or may not happen at another time, another place.
I like that we have this much freedom to choose our practice, provided that we have a reason. Now, I found that reason through my life rather burdensome. It forces me to think hard about kashrut, is chicken meat or is it not? And about Shabbat observation, what is it okay to shop for because I like it and it's relaxation, and what is not because it's a chore. So these sorts of, and perhaps bigger things I think about. But that focus on thinking is very liberal Judaism, whatever the verb is. And there was a man I met in Bedford recently who laid tefillin every day, prayed 3 times a day, and said, well, I like being a liberal Jew because I can do these things, but I still think women should be absolutely included. I like the personal theology, the absence of creed or faith, that we can put almost God to one side and not get bogged down in all of that, but carrying on and doing the things that we should do. We don't have, I talk to friends of other religions who say, oh, I lost my faith, which isn't something we would ever really say. We would say, well, just get on, come to synagogue and stack the chairs like everybody else. And it is those things that keep us together. It's very important to me that it's actions that are holy and not objects and not places. My own community will have heard me say many times, the only holy thing in this room is people turning up to be here. I like that Jews pray together. It's something, it brings us together, it keeps us together, it's a communal activity. And one of the things that is very important to me and that guides me is Yom Kippur. The discipline of sorting out all of our rows, disagreements, pettiness beforehand, and even perhaps not starting them in the first place, is a really good thing. I know people who've not spoken to relatives for decades. That just wouldn't happen. And I like the deep peace of the holiest day of the year. And really, I'm sad, really, at the end of it, because I have to go another year before another one.
Ruth, thank you very much. Thank you. Paul, tell us why you're a liberal Jew.
Well, I feel a little bit in awe at the people that are up here. I'm very new to Judaism itself. My father was Jew. My mother was Catholic, and I was not brought up in Judaism. My youngest memories of Jewish memories is really from my grandmother on my father's side. The reason I have come to Judaism is that I've always had an empathy or a feeling that I was Jewish, even though I wasn't treated as a Jew. I lost my wife in 21, and that's obviously left a big void in my life. And to fill that void, I also looked at my ancestry and luckily found my ancestry going back to my great and great-great grandparents to Lithuanian Jews. Again, to fill my void, then I decided that I would come to Judaism, and positively I can say I'm a positive aspect of COVID, because everywhere was closed and the only way I could find my way was on the internet. Now that opens up that it's invariably going to be either conservative or liberal Judaism, because the Orthodox don't do internet. So I was perhaps very lucky in that case. I did investigate a lot of avenues, a lot of synagogues that were available in the UK and America. The Central Synagogue in New York I would move to tomorrow if I could, but there we are. But my biggest luck was finding the Ark Synagogue. I live in Lincolnshire, and there is an active, if very, very small community there. But luckily, they have probably the oldest synagogue in England at Jews Court. They're not sure that the room they use is where the synagogue used to be, but they believe that the buildings that are there were used in the 12th century. I got fairly active with them, and we weren't using Jews Court, obviously, during COVID, but as soon as allegedly COVID went away, I've managed to get us back into there with a little bit of pushing. The building's actually owned by a historical society, so I'm afraid we have to rent our synagogue building. But it is beautiful. It's got a little ark where we keep the Torah scroll. It was actually built into the wall, so that's why we use that room, because it looks as though it is or was the synagogue. But my biggest bonus, as I said, is finding the ark here. The rabbis, obviously the Goldstein family, and Leah have been absolutely wonderful. Leah was the first rabbi I actually got to speak to face-to-face. And that was the beginning. The structured learning that I've done here has really helped. My void is filling by the minute. One of the other biggest things I've got to say about it is community. I can look around at some of the people here that I know, and I've only known for a short while, but I consider them friends, and I feel really welcome. I have a new partner now, and I'm afraid she is not Jewish, but the community here have made her very welcome. She is very supportive of me, and I'm still working on her. So hopefully she may be a convert in the future, but please don't hold your breath. Going forward, I'm hoping to get my Bet Din done later on this year, and then hopefully to go to Israel for a visit next year. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before I hand over to Sophie, I just want to say just a couple of things about me, because I grew up in the United tradition, and so we would go 3 times a year, and those visits were very effective reminders as to why I didn't go any more frequently, in as much as there was absolutely no evidence to suggest that an intelligent woman with an inquiring mind might have a place there. So I came to liberal Judaism mainly because my partner, who's not Jewish but is a New Yorker, so a certain amount goes through a process of osmosis, she decided that that she wanted us to have a child, and it took her 12 years to convince me to do it. I didn't think it was fair to have 2 mums and all that. But she thought I might identify with the project a bit more if the father was Jewish. So she led us to the what was then the Jewish the Jewish gay and lesbian group, which was then looked after by liberal Judaism. And as I look back, I think in many ways that was one of the most cynical things I've ever done in my life, because when I went there, I didn't feel the need to be Jewish and gay in the same nanosecond. I was quite secure in both identities, but I didn't have to do them both at the same time. And we went there mainly to find the person who turned out to be the father of our child. And of course, we did find him, so then you want to put something back, and I've been on the committee and all that. But one of the things I was totally unprepared for was how moved I was by the fact that you could be Jewish and gay. I was not expecting to be that moved by that realization, and that you could celebrate each as well as both identities. And it's liberal Judaism that has enabled me to do that and to bring up a daughter who is proud, I think, of having just a very 21st century family, 2 mums, 2 dads, some Jewish, some not, whatever. She's just come back from Shnat, from a marvelous experience in Israel, which she wouldn't have had were it not for the fact that LJY is such a vibrant and fantastic and creative phenomenon within liberal Judaism. And with that, I want to stop my microphone working and start Sophie's working as our current LJ movement worker. Please, why are you a liberal Jew?
Hi, sorry, I've never used a microphone. So for a long time, I think that being a liberal Jew was just a given in my life. Like, I grew up attending Hader, kicking and screaming over the fact that I was missing birthday parties and having to go along. And I started going to LJY summer camps when I was a kid, and it was all a lot of fun. And then it came to sort of university time, and I was determined to leave the Jewish bubble behind me. I had a great sense of, there has to be more out there, and, I need to see how other people do it. And I ended up going to Cornwall, Falmouth University, and let's put it this way, the closest synagogue is Exeter, so there are no Jews. There's a Jewish graveyard, but that in itself is quite suspicious. There's no Jews hanging around. And I was at university during sort of the semi-COVID years, which in itself was quite a struggle and a hard time. And I think like a lot of people, I found myself feeling quite like lonely, quite isolated. And it wasn't even so much physically isolated or like physically lonely, because COVID rules were fairly lax and I was able to integrate with, you know, a lot of people down there. But I think what I realized was that not everyone that I encountered had been so lucky to have the experiences that I've had in my life that have given me a framework to sort of go and deal with like challenges and like hardships and things like that. The conversations I had with people like clearly were not conversations they'd had in their own households. And hosting Friday night dinner parties for people who had never even shared a communal family meal was quite a revelation and quite eye-opening. And I think during this experience is when I really realized that I like missed that sort of sense of community, that sense of belonging, and it was something that I needed and wanted to bring into my life and create for other people. So movement work wasn't always the choice that I thought I was going to take up, but it was really during university that I realized that that was something that I wanted to do, and to make sure that I could continue creating those experiences for other people, especially coming out of the COVID years and having had 3 years missed and camps happening over Zoom and, you know, that kind of thing. And once I took up movement work, it's honestly just been the most amazing experience, because day in and day out, like on all of these like synagogue visits and everything, you just get parents coming up to you saying, you've changed like my child's life, their confidence has skyrocketed, they are so much more articulate, they stand by their own opinions, like they've questioned like what it is to, you know, be a member of like this society, like the fact that they can have a positive impact even if they're not old enough to vote, or, you know, becoming vegan, or, you know, thinking about climate activism, all of these sorts of things. And the kids themselves, like you ask a child like why they love LJY, and they say, you know, the friendships and relationships that I've made here are different than anything I could have possibly experienced in school. It's on another level. There's like a sense of knowing someone that just sort of clicks instantly when you've shared experiences like that. And that's like really rare, and it's really special, and I'm grateful for it.
Well, God knows we're grateful for the work that you do. Thank you. If you could pass the microphone to Sean. Sean, tell us how Liberal Judaism helps you to be the best version of you.
Yes, thank you. And Karen, you have to keep, because I always think I have nothing to say and then I ramble on and you shut me down forcefully, please. Okay, thank you. So my liberal journey started back in 2006 when I was still in my fairly young years, and I had sort of lost my connection to Judaism. I come from a mixed heritage family, also mixed ethnic background, mixed religions, and I was lived most of my life around the Mediterranean, but not in Israel, despite having also some roots there. But I was living at that time for most of my life in a Catholic country and then a Greek Orthodox country. So really, I'd lost my connection to Judaism. And then faith. I was just a wild student and that kind of stuff, you know, had other interests. But then I was, for 2 years after university, living and studying, not studying, I was teaching actually at a university in Australia. And I was living in a Jewish household. And that was like all of a sudden like kicking me back into like, there were Jews around me, and so I thought, okay, let me check out what's sort of, you know, in Sydney at that time, and I went to a few like congregations there, and I looked at them, and I wanted to reconnect, and I found it really hard to be all of those things I am, you know, from mixed heritage and also LGBT. And I didn't find a home there. I found that it was very unwelcoming. And then I moved, when I had planned to move back to Europe, I was like, where am I going to go now? I'm not going to go back to the Mediterranean. I want to go to the UK, because the UK had welcomed my granny who was fleeing the Holocaust. And so I was sort of always thinking, you know, I'm also British in a way. And so I Googled around. That was like the early days of internet. And I came across Sheila Schulman, Rabbi Sheila Schulman. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like an interesting person. Oh, Liberal Judaism UK, wow. Let me email Sheila. And I emailed Rabbi Sheila, and immediately the email came back, yeah, once you arrive in London, look me up. And so I rocked up in her home. And I remember like opening the door and just a cloud of smoke. I barely could see her. I was like, hello, Rabbi Sheila. All right. And it was just one of the most hilarious moments. But she was so warm and welcoming and amazing. And so we chatted like for hours in her home. And so I joined Beit Klal, and it was just like for me completely mind-blowing. And then I just walked out, and I'm like, I love liberal Judaism, and I want to work for liberal Judaism. And I remember storming into Rabbi Danny's office, and Danny, I just don't want to be just with liberal Judaism. I want to work for Judaism. And he's like, yeah, we don't have money for you. What are you going to do? And I'm like, I don't know, I'll bring the money. So I'm like, it took a few years, and in fact, I was for a short while doing a social justice project, which was great fun, like back in 2008. And then I decided I want to do something about being LGBT and Jewish. And as Karen was saying, a lot of it came out of liberal Judaism, because so many people that didn't find a home because they were LGBT, like myself, could find a home. And then I saw all those like stories, and not just liberal Judaism, but all those people around, like Rabbi Lionel Blue, and all those people that, you know, were in so many ways fantastic and important and iconic. And I'm like, there must be a project on that. So then I knew I was going to do that with liberal Judaism. And Danny said yes. So I got funding from the first funding back in 2012 from the Heritage Lottery to do Rainbow Jews, hosted by liberal Judaism, about being LGBT and being Jewish. And I think that was a pretty amazing project. Karen was part of it. And in fact, what you just said was one of those leading quotes about being Jewish and proud, or something like that. You can be both at the same time, exactly. And it was just a fantastic thing to actually be then at the Montague Center, to work alongside all those, you know, collect those stories of people within liberal Judaism and in the realm of the progressive community, and even outside. And it was just like, and I didn't want it to end, so we applied for more funding and more funding and more funding. So I ended up at the Montague Center and working with and for liberal Judaism for 10 years nearly. And it's been such an amazing journey. And to your question, like, why am I a liberal Jew and all that, I think I could see in my own sort of journey that liberal Judaism was so open, and not just in terms of open-minded, but also like, you know, this fact to say, yeah, run a project, let's do it, you know, let's go through this journey together, and let's be open, let's be transformative, let's be transformed, and let's transform. So in all sorts of ways. And I found that always really inspiring, and sort of really reflecting my own journey going through liberal Judaism, through those various stages of identity, of myself, of living and being. And I'm extremely grateful. And in fact, this is an interesting time that I'm sitting here. In fact, I just received last week a booklet from the, actually it's a proper publication, it's not even a booklet, it's a university publication from the College of Pacific of Religion, I can't ever remember titles. Anyway, my essay about exactly this journey with liberal Judaism through those projects and Rainbow Jews was just published in a university press, and I will share it. Sadly, it costs a lot of money, like all those university publications, but we'll try to kind of copy a PDF out of it or something.
Thank you so much.
But thank you, and it's such a, you know, an honor to be here. And there's the Lily's Legacy, the last project. Please do look at the exhibition and take a booklet with you. And I'm passing it on to Rabbi Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Sean. This panel has been strange. It began by me silencing my rabbi, which is truly bizarre, and now I'm expected to ask another rabbi why she is a liberal Jew. So I'm not going to ask you that question. I'm going to give you the microphone, and I'm just going to let you take it away.
No, I'm answering the same question everyone else was asked, and I'm delighted to. And really, I'm a liberal Jew because of everyone on this panel, whether you know it or not, because liberal Judaism is such a It's such an exemplar of all that is good in religious identification. So for me, it was a choice as opposed to a description. And I grew up much more in the traditional world and made this choice for myself as a young adult. And the reasons I made this choice are that the bug, the germ, the seed of Judaism was strongly in me. I am one of 3 sisters and the only one that ran with this active love of Judaism in a very active way. But for me, I chose it, and I want to tell you why I chose it. But I am so proud that for me it was a choice, but for my children it is a description. And it is people like Sophie and others that have created such a strong, comfortable identity filled with love and connection. And I feel sad that my Dora missed out on Israel tour, because there is an intimacy and closeness that Reuben has, of which Lily, Karen's daughter, is one of that group, that I look at them and I think, what a gift not I have given them, but the Judaism that they have grown up in has. And I'm looking forward to my youngest child going on Israel tour this summer. So let me tell you why I am a liberal Jew now, and why it makes me, I hope, and it's difficult to say if it makes me a better person, but I kind of hope it does. So I am rabbi of Finchley Progressive Synagogue, and at the moment I'm also co-chair of Kolrak, our organization of liberal rabbis. I have to share with you 3 Torah verses that really impart a great deal of wisdom in my life. I'm a liberal Jew because I am committed to the vertical line of history that takes me back to the ancient words of Torah through the generations of Jews since then. But I am also a liberal Jew because of the expansive horizontal thread that allows me to feel that I am part of something bigger, more radical, more thoughtful, that has opened its doors, as Sean has described, that cares about things that matters, as so many others of you, Ruth and others, have talked about. And that makes me incredibly proud and committed to doing it. The 3 texts I want to share with you, one from the book of Deuteronomy, Netzavim, almost at the end, where God, through Moses, is reminding the people of why they are part of this peoplehood, why they are part of this agreement and covenant. And the words are, this thing, this Judaism, ha-mitzvah, of which we can discuss exactly the detail, is not too far away from you. It is not in heaven. It is not across the sea. It is close to your heart and your mouth to do it. And those words are literally imprinted inside me, that liberal Judaism has to be manageable, not because it is Judaism light, but because we can do it for ourselves and we take responsibility for it. And I love trying to live up to that every day, both as a liberal Jew and a rabbi, and sometimes they're together and sometimes they're not. Just to do that for myself. The second verse is after my namesake Rebecca in the book of Genesis, where it's very rare and very special when we see Hebrew verbs in Torah conjugated in the feminine, and we see Rebecca, v'telech lidrosh et Adonai. She's a bit concerned. She doesn't know why she's not feeling as good as she should when she's pregnant with the twins. But I love the fact that liberal Judaism is so democratic. Whether you have trained to be a rabbi, whether you have just become Jewish, whether you rock up every week, as Ruth described, being the person in the pews and putting away the chairs, everyone has access to our religion, to God, to each other, to our tradition, and that makes me proud as well. And then I think another verse in Deuteronomy and in Genesis, both B'Tselem Elohim, that sense that every human being is created in the image of God, and then this tiny verse in Parashat Ki Tetzeh at the end of Deuteronomy that describes how every individual should feel responsible for things around them. And although it's talking about lost donkeys and ox, there is something that I take from lo lehit alem, do not ignore what you see around you, that feels a really critical value and pillar of liberal Judaism, that means we are not just Jews for ourselves, we are Jews for all those in the world around us. And every time I feel called upon, as Rabbi Leah talked about, feeling a sense of shame, called upon to act on social justice or around social action. I do it because I'm a Jew and because the words of Torah have given us the gift to do it. And I am proud that the liberal Judaism I am part of has been at the pioneering front, the most radical edge of what it means to be a citizen in the world. So really I could go on, but I will pause to say that there is much that makes me proud to be a liberal Jew.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I'm not sure. Could I see the chat if there was anything in there? I could, couldn't I? So there aren't any questions up there. Lots of hellos from Dewsbury, Bedfordshire and Grenoble. So there are people out there, but no questions. I'm not sure if this is Q&A. It's probably more if anybody else wants to share their stories. But does anybody have anything to say? And then, or maybe there are questions. And then, yes, Sean, if you could, if Leah, is that all right? Right. Thank you so much, Leah. Are there any questions or anything that anybody would like to contribute or ask or add? No? Very quiet. I don't know. There's some I would like to ask Bob, actually. Yeah, I'm not a Democratic chair. I just do this all the time. So maybe you could... I'd like to ask Bob whether he has any reflections on the extent to which liberal Judaism has changed since he has been an active Jew.
You can look at change in all sorts of different ways. And superficially... when I first started attending services, kippot weren't known. You either went bareheaded or you wore a Homburg or something. And on high holidays, there were an awful lot of top hats around, and that quintessentially bit of headgear, the bowler hat, which I hadn't come across before. That's very superficial. The change is that I believe we've become much more open. 70 years ago, I think I would draw parallel with the Conservative Party. A service was the cousinhood of prayer. We're a lot more democratic now, which is wonderful. Everybody can take part. You don't have to have a particular qualification. You just have to want to be involved. And everybody who wants to be involved can be. And that's the essence, to me, of liberal Judaism.
That's great. That's lovely. I don't know if anybody here has got anything that they would like to add to what they've said. I have to say, I mean, this is definitely one of the most diverse panels that I've ever chaired in terms of not just the people up here, but the different kinds of contributions and how it is that liberal Judaism is a central tenet of those very, very different perspectives and things that people have had to say. Leah, you've been a rabbi for a while. I mean, I'm sure you must have some perspective that you've seen the changes in liberal Judaism.
So I think actually liberal Judaism, one thing that I love about liberal Judaism is that actually we are very true to ourselves. I actually don't think we have changed that much. I mean, we changed, but that's part of being a liberal Jew, right? So I think one of the things that excites me in the international world, nobody understands how we can have in Britain liberal Judaism and Reform Judaism. And so I often get introduced as a Reform rabbi, and I always go like, yeah, I am, but I'm really a liberal rabbi. And I really feel I am a liberal rabbi, like deep at heart, like I could serve a Reform community, I think, well, if I wanted to. But at heart, I'm a liberal rabbi because I think what I love about liberal Judaism is that we are always open to knowing that we got it wrong. That actually, you know, maybe right now we haven't got it 100% right and we still need to change our ways, and that we're going to be brave enough to be the first ones to step, like Nachshon, we read in our Torah portion, Parashat Beshalach, yesterday about, you know, the story of, you know, who takes the first step into the sea when the waters part, or just before the waters part. And the tradition teaches that this is Nachshon who goes, and we are kind of the Nachshons. We are willing to do it before everyone else. And the other movements need us, right? Because there is no way Masorti Judaism today in the UK could be marrying same-sex couples if it wasn't for the fact that liberal Judaism were always willing to be the first, because in their self-identity, Masorti Judaism aren't the Nachshons. They are the ones that do it because there's precedent in the Jewish community. We are the ones who are like, precedent, well, who needs precedent? Let's move ahead.
Yeah, Leah just made me think about the way in which we change and move. And I often think how the founders of liberal Judaism would find our services, my services at Finchley or services here or at LJS. Would they feel at home? Would they be rocked to the core? Would they be horrified? Or would they see that the decision for liberal Judaism in its early days to diminish Hebrew, to go for decorum, to go for a formality was what was needed at the time. And their confidence to do that is the same confidence, as Rabbi Milstein says, the same confidence we have now when we recognize we do need a bit more Hebrew. We do need a bit of informality. So even though it's totally different than what happened at the beginning, the spirit, as Leah says, is the same.
Thank you. I think Rabbi Igor has the mic. Yeah?
Very short question. Maybe some of you might imagine or dream. What do you think would be the next step? What do you think would be the next decision that liberal Judaism might do to become the first?
Wow. I think it's a shame that Charlie's not in the room, actually, because one of our tomorrow's phenomenon today drivers tends to be Rabbi Charlie Beginsky, and one of the things that I know that she has done is spearheaded our ability to provide woodland burials, which we have not been able to do up until now, but she's already negotiating that. I think that there are certain things trends that we identify in society, and then liberal Judaism makes the move to try and make that possible for our congregants, so that they're, you know, the increasing desire to be ecologically sound, what liberal Judaism has done with Tu B'Shvat. I mean, just listening to rabbis today saying how many people were with them at Shabbat services yesterday. We had a Shabbaton, a whole day of activities at the LJS, and I think it's a good response to that kind of eco sensibility. I was just asked, Charlie, well, not I was just asked, the panel was just asked by Rabbi Igor, what did we think would be the next thing that LJ would do first? And I said, what a pity it is that you are not in the room. But I said, but I know you're going to look to the future as we wrap this wonderful day up. But one of the things I was just saying is that through your work, you've made it possible for us to offer woodland burial to people, which fits in with a new eco sensibility, I think. But does anybody else want to address Igor's question? Yeah, please, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks. I think my one's rather probably a small but practical one. And that is, particularly for our young people, allowing them to kind of see their place within liberal Judaism a lot more. So even in terms of, I do speak about my son quite a lot, unfortunately, but even in terms of things such as diversifying our Heda curriculum, so that it normalises how we look as a community as well. I think that would be one of the things that I would say would be, it's a small step, but it's a little practical one, but it's also just as we talk about the diversity of the community, how we build on that for the next generation.
Yes, not a question. If you're looking for more personal stories of liberal Judaism, I'm Alan Solomon from Mosaic Liberal, now in Stanmore. My parents were members of the LJS, so I've been attending synagogues and synagogue services for 75 years now. In fact, Bob, I think I knew Anne before you did, because when she was... I was going to say, yes, when she was Miss Francis, it was all very prim and proper at the LJS in those days, and I was, I don't know, 8 years old or something. She taught me in classes. Perissa thought that it was called Cheder. It was just Sunday school or classes. But I was confirmed, again, not the mitzvah, of course, but confirmed at the LJS, and then joined the Alumni Society, and then moved over and became a member of what was then Wembley Liberal Synagogue, which has gone through a couple of name changes and is now Mosaic Liberal. And actually met my wife, Janet, at the youth club there. And I was going to go on to say the importance of the very successful youth club at Wembley Liberal Synagogue in the late 1950s and 1960s, where there were 40, 50 youngsters or more attending once a week. Where we both formed friendships with a number of people, many, many dozens of people, many of whom have retained friendships with over all those years. Our three boys went to Kadima. One of our sons is now in Israel. And I'm so grateful to liberal Judaism for really the whole of my life and the friendships and families that I have retained all that time.
Thank you so very much. As you can hear by the noise, people need to come back for our closing session. I would like to thank each and every one of our speakers for really magnificent contributions from all of you. Thank you very much.
Stimulating and uplifting afternoon for everyone present. Over the past few days, I've been thinking of those early days of the Jewish Religious Union, not only because our 120th anniversary of liberal Judaism is coming to an end, but because this year, 2023, marks the 150th anniversary of Lily Montagu's birth on December the 22nd, 1873, and the 60th anniversary of her death on January the 22nd, 1963. So even as we conclude our 120th anniversary year, so we begin another year of recalling the specific contribution of Lily Montagu, spiritual and religious leader, teacher, social worker, organizer, whose vision for the advancement of liberal Judaism helped to create the movement that we are part of today. Of course, there were other individuals as well: Claude Montefiore, Rabbi Dr. Israel Mattock, Dr. Israel Abrahams, and the many scholars,
First of all, we want to end today on a move forward. We had the first service, and we're going to have not the last service, but the first service of the post 120th anniversary of liberal Judaism as we look forward. It gives me the opportunity to thank all those people who helped produce today. The committee that has met quite regularly on Zoom to discuss it, the process of today, and I'd like to thank all the people who helped me prepare today the program and all the aspects of it. I'd like to thank all of you for coming. When I say all of you, we were hoping for a few more, but I think what we found is it was just a reunion of the liberal Jewish family. And so many of the faces I know, and those people for whom this is their first experience of a group liberal event, I hope that you didn't feel it was just too much of the in crowd, but you all felt part of what a wonderful thing it is to belong to the liberal Jewish movement. I'd like to thank all of those who've run sessions today and helped with the catering, the office staff and the administration and so on. I think amongst, I don't even think that, oh yes, Sophie's in the back. Sophie Stern, who has helped me greatly on the administration and produced all of the colourful brochures and all of the advertising for today. To thank Sophie and Paul next to you and Karen and all the people who are on our chat group organising today, and thank you all. It's been a great fun, and I hope that many of you will see you all again at the LJ conference coming up very soon. But for the moment, we've just had a session on some of the people of the past, but now we're moving towards the future. And what better way to do that would be to have our new chief executive. Is that your full name? You're a chief executive?
Officer.
Chief officer.
Chief executive officer.
Chief executive officer. I mean, it's wonderful, isn't
Charlie.
it? Yeah. I'd like to introduce Rabbi Charlie Baginski, who will give us a few words to lead us into the future.
Thank you, Andrew. So while 120 is a very auspicious and significant birthday for liberal Judaism, and while we've certainly made the most of celebrating it, the significance of the number 120 comes, as I'm sure many of you will know, from the age Moses was said to be when he died. Picture him, if you will, standing there at the edge of the promised land, watching the generations birthed in the wilderness move forward to the next stage of their journey without him. We know too his reluctance to leave this world, his impassioned pleas to the people to remember their journeying and his legacy to them. And we, the generations who follow, although we know the fate of his descendants and their journeys into the land, end our annual readings at this point and start all over again. And so you might imagine this presents a certain challenge with the narrative as we come to the end of our 120th celebration, and I'm tasked with saying a few words about the future of liberal Judaism. Hopefully, though, however, today's event and the whole year have shown that I'm not about to tell you that we're ready to go quietly into the night, or that our story is over and we're going back into the wilderness. And so rather I choose to focus that, like Moses, we stand here at 120 with our vision not dimmed and our strength not abated. And us too, like Moses, we are not quite ready to enter the promised land. We have, of course, made some huge steps towards it. We've created, as we heard in the last session, so many opportunities for people to find a home for their Jewish story. for those who never found a place to be Jewish before encountering a liberal Jewish community, possibly because of their status or sexuality, because their partner had not been welcomed, or because their needs or life choices were misunderstood and seen as other. Or for those liberal Jews who felt they were coming home for other reasons, for the deep spirituality and intellectual rigor of the community, the music and the liturgy, or even just finding a synagogue in their area where there had not been one before. That liberal Judaism's founders included a young woman, Lily Montagu, was unheard of in 1902, and we have continued to lead the way on inclusion from there. From the start, as we heard, our services have been fully egalitarian, with men and women sitting and praying together, with liturgy in English as well as Hebrew, so that everyone can follow along. And then in the 1950s, liberal Judaism officially recognized equilineal descent. Any person with Jewish parent, whether be their mother or their father, is considered Jewish, if so brought up. The 1970s, we began to have women rabbis, with Baroness Rabbi Julia Neuberger at the South London Liberal Synagogue, our first. Women led in lay and professional positions. And two, we see that strong female leadership continues today. The trend is spreading within the Jewish community for conversion for individuals for reasons beyond marriage, and that was precedented by liberal Judaism. The acceptance first of mixed faith blessings, and recently blessings under the chuppah, has meant that a wide range of active and engaged converts, as well as mixed families who feel welcome within our communities. We have heard about how we broke new ground on LGBTQI+ rights and inclusion. Our covenant of love, service for commitment and same-sex couples was introduced in 2005 to coincide with the introduction of civil partnerships, and was the first of its kind anywhere in the world. And that was just the start. We were at the forefront of the successful campaign to ensure equal marriage in the UK, and followed that up by becoming the first Jewish movement anywhere to offer ketubot, especially written for same-sex couples and those who prefer a non-binary or gender-neutral format. Inclusion also means finding Jews wherever they may live. As my predecessor, Rabbi Danny Rich, likes to say, we bring Judaism to places others have not been able to reach. Setting up communities in York, in Lincoln, scenes of some of the most awful pogroms against our people has always been a source of pride. And we see liberal Judaism thriving in Wessex, in Stevenage, in Suffolk, in Edinburgh, in Dublin and Copenhagen. And we see new communities, or at least new relationships, developing in Exeter and other areas in Ireland. Liberal Judaism always described itself as the cutting edge. But we've seen over the last few years that we've had to step up and prove it. We could never have predicted a pandemic, but we were able to be responsive in other ways people could not. We were already streaming services. We were supported by people like sitting in the wonderful box at the back there. And we were able to share resources and move to online meetings in order to engage constituents outside London. Our youth movement, LJY Netza, has always been equally pioneering. When other places decide that conversations were too difficult to have, they had them. When other places rejected young people because of their inclusion needs could not be understood, they trained themselves and welcomed them. And then in this last financial year, we've begun to ensure that we have a strong financial base and fundraising culture, and it's allowed us to do more and offer more, and that's really thanks to you. Whether that's Shabbat boxes for non-Jewish care homes or chaplaincy for our students. But as I said right at the beginning, we have not completed our journey. And in many ways, we are just beginning it. In our last session, Tanya spoke eloquently on why in the session on why I'm a liberal Jew, and said of her son, liberal Judaism has helped him learn who he is and therefore what he wants to become. I feel like this is the challenge for us as liberal Judaism. The more we have done, the more our eyes have been opened to know how much more we are needed. We all know that Mozart and Beethoven were child prodigies, but we should remember that they wrote their best work in their later life. Monet painted his water lilies in his 80s, along with other greats such as Bellini or Michelangelo, Picasso, all painting great works in their later ages. Or Forja Singh, who ran his first marathon at 89 and became the first 100-year-old to run a marathon. Or Judith Kerr, who came to Britain when Hitler came to power in 1933 and wrote the children's classic The Tiger Who Came to Tea, who won her first literary award at the age of 93. So too may Moses teach us that body may age, but the spirit can stay young. Ad mer versrim, until 120, and then some. If we keep our ideals and inspire those who come after us to complete the work we are starting. And so our biennial conference will happen in May. It's entitled Liberal Judaism Matters. It's a chance for you as individuals and communities to tell us why LJ matters and what matters to you. As we begin to think about what comes next for liberal Judaism, we want to hear your voices. What are your priorities and why? But as we end today and end this year of celebration, I want to share with you some of my priorities for us. I believe that as liberal Judaism, we are indeed standing on the edge of a promised land. We are beginning to deliver on our commitment to support those Jews on the margins, but we have shown time and time again that we are not a marginal Judaism. If we look to the census, we see the same struggle that was identified this morning by Lily Montague, that there remain Jews committed to their Judaism, but have not yet found a community that speaks to them or is in an area where they are. We need to grow our presence and our platform and let them know that we are there. And in order to do that, we need to grow our resources and our offering. We need to continue and develop to provide pathways for a liberal Jewish journey through all stages of an individual's life, to ensure that new generations stay connected to their Jewish identity through ritual and life cycle moments, but also to ensure that on every public stage we are represented, that we are a constant presence in what it means to be a Jew and what it means to see a diversity of what it means to be Jewish. We need to be proud and loud and committed to the fact that we are an authentic representation of what it means to have a Jewish identity as liberal Jews. But we are not just a particularistic movement. We are a universal one. And we must also use that voice that we are growing to help make this world a better place because we are in it. Because like our founders, our Judaism is in the everyday and in speaking with the prophetic voice. I believe strongly that we need to publish and write and maintain the intellectual rigor of our movement. That in our actions and in our thoughts, we lead on social justice and building a more equal and fairer world. And if I were being really ambitious for us, I would love us to take on the battle for religious Zionism, for us to remind the world that religious Judaism does not belong to one segment of society, and nor too does Zionism. And lastly, we need to continue to do leadership differently. There are way too many examples of poor leadership that centers on one dictating voice, that has no space for disagreement and multiplicity of voices. We were founded by 3 M's, but we grow from hundreds and thousands of us lifting up individual voices in a choir. I am committed to collaborative leadership and collaborative communities. If we are confident about what we are offering, then we are able to work in partnership with each other and with other groups. We are a rabbinic-led movement that works in partnership with our lay leadership. Our communities share and support each other. For example, we began community briefings during the pandemic, and now 3 years in, we continue to meet each other each week. Our professionals have an open door to our communities. Our board is committed to transparency and consultation, and our rabbis are committed to each other and to communities beyond their own, and to the members that do not yet know that they are members. And so, as we enter the next year, the next decade, and please God, the next 120 years, I want us to recommit ourselves to creating the liberal Judaism that continues to lead into the next generation. Not one that's going gently into the night, but one that sees the world of possibilities ahead and encourages us and empowers us, and most importantly, perhaps, those who come after us, to see that liberal Judaism is relevant, essential, and radical as it has always been, and inspiring them to ensure that liberal Judaism is the home for everyone's Jewish story. Let's go forward into that promised land together. Chazak ve'amatz. Let us be strong and let us be brave. And it would... Thank you. I would be really neglectful in my duties if I let one person who thanked everybody else not be thanked, and that is Rabbi Andrew Goldstein, who has led our 120-year celebrations from, I was going to say from the front, but actually it's right in the middle, right in the heart of us, supporting all of us, both the other members of the team, as well as the professional staff, as well as liberal Judaism, in the way that you always do, with enthusiasm, with energy, and just with so much support that I personally, as well as I know everybody here, really appreciates. So thank you so much for your leadership. It's also not to go quietly into the night, it's just the end of one bit and the start of something else. But on behalf of all of us, if I can give you this little gift from all of us to say thank you. It should, Anton wanted me to make a joke, keep you on the right tracks, maybe something like that. Yes, shall I come down?
Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's over to...
Do one more.
We're having another picture. Hold on, everyone.
Hold on. Perfect. Thank you.
Who am I handing over to?
Well, now we're ending. We thought, how could we end? We started with the old-fashioned music. We started with the old-fashioned music, or not old-fashioned, the much loved from the faces of people as we were singing it, a few people. We're going to end with some of the music that liberal Judaism has produced in the last maybe 15 years, and certainly in the last few years. But if you'd like to join in, I mean, it's not just a performance. We hope that we've all been together today. I know that Charlie's rushing off to another thing, and I'd also thank you for this, whatever's inside, but to thank you also for your leadership and for being with us today. So if you would, I mean, you probably know lots of the stuff by heart anyway, just looking at all the faces I have here, but if you would like to join in...
We've enjoyed singing together, but our tradition at Liberal Judaism is always to be part of the congregation, not the performance. So we'll continue that this afternoon.
So there are some,
If you do want the words, the sidor's just by the door over here. Do come and grab one, and you've got the page numbers on your programme.
And of course, the final thing is to thank Ruth, as usual, for organising, bringing together our choir together with loads of people who've joined in. And as Charlie said, also to thank Richard and Leo at the back, who've enabled us to bring all of the proceedings to around the country as well. So, people, we're handing out the Sidurim, but I think we'll make a start.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that if you're lucky, there might be a cup of tea for you at the end before you make your way home later on, back in the Azore Hall. But anyway, let's end the day with song.
Yeah. Go. Yeah. Sorry, I'll get my bottom different. Okay. Are you all right? Okay. Yes, they've got it on the progress. See, that was Joseph Finley from Mosaic.
We're going to the States.
We're going to the States with a line.
actually introduce the next piece, which was written under your time at the synagogue here, and with our wonderful singing group, and written by Lena Mortimer in the community. Oh, I've just introduced it, there we go. In some of the music and haven't heard it within your own congregation, you're very welcome to speak to Ruth or email her music@arksynagogue.org, who manages the Liberal Judaism music archive as well.
Yes, so we'd start off, we have a lot of the music from here, but all the various congregations have contributed to. We now have our latest edition is West Central's music library collection. They've added that to the library. So if you'd like to access music from various communities, please just give me a shout and I can link you up.
Or input it.
Input it as well, yes, if you'd like to add to it too.
And I think this is my one songwriting credit, although it really ought to go with John Fiver and Paul Goldsmith, who were really the musicians behind this. A time when, as you walk out and you see the words Montessori over there, it used to be our youth club area. Then it got turned into John's studio and some wonderful music, together with some very important people within Liberal Judaism who we remember today as well, including Avavit in particular, penned some superb music and had some fun singing together.
Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohim. Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohim. Lama tiftaru v'asitem et kol mitzvotai, v'yitem kedoshim le'Elohechem. Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohechem. Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohechem. Asher hotzeiti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim li'ot lachem le'Elohim. Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohechem. Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai, Ani Adonai Elohechem.
We were very fortunate as kids to go for Dad's sabbatical for 6 months to the States. And Dad worked as an educator in San Jose for 4 months and brought back with him to the UK Debbie Friedman music and the music of others as well, Jeff Klepper and Dan Friedlander, and a song which I think all of you will know.
Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Ki ata hu melech hador lechol hashalom. Ki ata melech hador lechol hashalom. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. V'tov be'enecha lebarech et amcha Yisrael b'chol עת ובכל שעה בשלומך. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Tasim Leolam. Tasim Leolam.
Rabbi Pete Tobias, we reckon, got a false credit on the next one.
I think he'd been over to the camps in America and brought us back there, but he introduced it
Brought
to
it
us.
back a Yehira
It's
song.
the Kadima version.
Yes, for those of us who know, Lisa was Silver Saint Saw and now is Lisa something else. Thank Nelson, there we go. I think that she probably deserves the real credit for this. So, Lisa, if you're watching, I doubt it, but never mind. This is your song, not Pete Tobias's.
From joining us today on a Liberal Jewish Day is Phyllis Alden, a member of our Manchester community, who wrote a wonderful Aleinu that many of you used, and this is a Ve'ne'emar from that tune. Do you have a tune?
photos next door, and we think we spotted Mark DeLu. This one definitely has a Finchley influence, which was introduced at Kadima Holiday School, as it was, way back when.
Oh, say shalom, Nimrod. Oh, yaseh shalom aleinu. Le'akol Yisrael. Le'akol
And of course, going into the future, we still want it to be a choral future, as well as our wonderful guitar music and our new music. So with a nod to looking backwards, but with a very much a hope for the future, we look to Saki Saki.
Saki Saki al halomot zuani ha'olam sa Saki kiva ahdamamim ki hadeni mamim ba Saki kiva ahdamamim ki hadeni mamim ba Ki odnashi drosho eved Lo machati halek egapaz Ki adamim gam ba'adam gam baruch ha'ruach Ki adamim gam ba'adam gam baruch ha'ruach Amina gam be'atid Avim yirchazeh hayom
And to conclude, something which sends us off, and if you have lighters, you can use those because it's that kind of song. But hopefully to set us off on our journeys back to our own congregations, thank you very much indeed, Rabbi Leah, with joy in your hearts as well, and hopefully holding each other's hands metaphorically around the country until we get back together again in May.
Yad b'yad echad echad, Keinanu could be you, it could be me, it could be all of the people all over the world, caring and sharing, hand in hand. It could be you, it could be me, it could be all of the people all over the world, caring and sharing, hand in hand. It could be you, it could be me, it could be all of the people all over the world, caring and sharing, it could be you, it could be me, it could be all of the people all over the world, caring and
And hopefully it's here. Oh, no, it's not at all. Where's my Sidor gone? All the foundry. There we go. No, it's not there at all. Never mind. Leah, do you want to come with me? So this has truly been a wonderful occasion for us to celebrate liberal Judaism, an opportunity for us to gather together, and we hope that we'll do so in much greater numbers and more varieties of communities as well in time when we gather together for our biennial conference. But just for now, one of the most soaring prayers that we have within our liturgy is one which sends us all on our journey. For this is only part of a journey. We've reached 120 and now we move forward again. And so we ask that if we take up the wings of the morning and dwell on the ocean's farthest shore, even there your hand will lead me, your strong hand will hold me.
May it be your will, eternal God, to lead me forth in peace, to guide my steps in peace, to keep me safe from every danger on the way, to grant me success in what I plan to do, and to bring me home in peace.
Adonai yishmor tzeitecha uvoecha, me'ata ve'ad.
The Eternal One shall guard your going out and your coming in, now and always.
Nasiya tova. Travel well. Goodbye to everybody on our live stream now.